You can all have a seat for just a moment before we get started. I have several items that I'd like to address at tonight's meeting, how we're going to run the meetings tonight and at our meetings going forward. I'll address part of it now, and the rest of it will be addressed during my mayor's report. The decorum of our council meetings is very important, not only for us, the council, but also for the citizens that are coming here to participate in the meetings. I want the meetings to be productive and allow everyone the opportunity to be heard. An open debate should take place at these meetings, but this can only happen if we respect each other's time and comments, and this includes council members, the city staff, and the public. I'll be using the gavel to maintain order, and this pertains to all in attendance. 2 taps of the gavel will signify the start of the meeting. 1 tap will signify to either be quiet, stop talking, or sit down. 3 taps will signify to stand, and 1 tap will signify a final vote on an item on the agenda, and 1 tap will signify that the meeting is adjourned. Council members should raise their hands to be recognized by me before speaking, unless called upon by me for input relevant to the discussion. Questions from members should be directed to me, and I will answer the question or direct the question to the appropriate council member or staff member to answer the question. Citizens' right to address the council is a right that I believe is one of the strongest rights that we are guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States. However, there are limits that citizens must respect in order to be heard. Comments should be relevant to issues that they perceive relevant to the city as a whole, and anyone addressing the council should avoid making personal, impertinent, profane, or slanderous remarks. I have a council bill prepared that will be on the agenda at a future meeting that will further go into additional decorum for our council meetings. So at this time, Chief Martin, would you lead us in the invocation?
Yes, Your Honor. Heavenly Father, we come here tonight to honor you and serve this community in a way that would be pleasing to you. We thank you, Father, for your grace and ask your forgiveness when we fail. Right now, Father, I ask that you bless those gathered here with wisdom and discernment so that the work accomplished will provide for the needs of our citizens as well as bring glory to your kingdom. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen. Deputy Chief Deininger, would you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Taylor.
Present.
Peterson.
Present.
Lease.
Present.
Heckmaster.
Present.
Barlow.
Here.
Schramm.
Here.
I would now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the October 22nd and October 31st council meetings. Mr. Peterson?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. This is very minor. In relation to the October 31st special meeting minutes in the, let's see, it would be the 4th paragraph down, beginning with Mr. Snow announced. At the end of that sentence, it says, Mr. Snow announced that the first item was not on the agenda, but Ms. Cox stated that he needed to be sworn in as mayor since Dan Reif was no impeached and removed from office. I think that NO is a mere typo, but I would move that based on the YouTube video that be stricken.
Do I hear a second to amend the minutes?
I have something on the October 22nd minutes. Do you want to do that now? Or?
Let's,
finish this one.
Do Mr. Peterson's motion first.
I'm sorry, what do you want stricken?
Just the NO. I didn't see that reflected in the actual meeting. If I'm mistaken there, please.
No, I
Let
have
me
the
know.
same thing.
Okay.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second to amend the October 31st minutes according to Mr. Peterson's motion. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Ms. Schramm?
Okay, on the October 22nd minutes, under council remarks, where it was my turn to talk, I talked about the timeline of CWEP, and I did that on purpose to be read into the minutes, and it was left out. So I'd like to read that once again and have it put into the minutes, and I told Miranda I do have a copy of this. The CWE city timeline. After the last council meeting on October 8th, the mayor stated that he had a timeline that was a little different from the one CWEP had. I requested that timeline, and I found a few differences. There were 2 communications omitted from the mayor's timeline that included the CWEP timeline, that were included in the CWEP timeline. Number 1, with the CWEP board member Danny Lambeth and Mayor Dan Reif on May 17th, 2023, with Mr. Lambeth following up on the meeting with Chuck Bryant and Mayor Reif to review the compensation process. The email states, "I am pleased that now you and our CWEP board liaison, Mr. Snow, have a much better understanding of our process," and the mayor's response thanking Mr. Lambeth. 2, an email between Chuck Bryant and Dan Reif setting up a meeting with the 2 of them on Tuesday, October 30th, 2023, referencing that the meeting on May 31st, 2023. This may be because some reason it was on the mayor's city email account, but it wasn't on the mayor's city email account, but his own personal account. So that was a second meeting that was not on there. The third item, it was strange to find in the packet, was an email from Michael Keith dated April 9th, 2024, sent to Greg Dagnan with the subject Broadview Investment Club 3. In the email, it lists the members of the investment club. And I still had a question about why would this be included in the CWEP timeline. So I'd like that read into the minutes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend the October 22nd meeting minutes. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We'll now move on to public comments. Each person addressing the council shall state their name, address, or organization or firm represented, and is limited to no more than 5 minutes. Time may be extended. Oh, I'm sorry. I need a motion to approve the amended minute.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Lees, second by Ms. Heckmaster to approve the amended minutes. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now we'll move on to public comments. Each person addressing the council shall state their name, address, or organization or firm represented, and is limited to no more than 5 minutes. The time may be extended by the chair if deemed necessary.
Hello, I'm Misty White, and I'm with Feeding Incorporated. And I just wanted to, my address is 1647 South Harrison, that's my personal address. I just wanted to say thank you for Janice Schramm for coming out to our Share the Harvest Fun Run, and to the city for allowing us use of Kellogg Lake for the fun run. We were very delighted to have that allowance made to us, and we just wanted to take a time and let you know about our Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow from 3 to 5, and you guys are all invited to come out and take a look around Feeding sometime and participate or just take a tour. We love to have you, and I just wanted to say thanks again.
My name is Sally Stewart, 1118 Bel Air. Carthage, and I'm representing Vision Carthage, which then takes away my first sentence. But anyway, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I am just thrilled that Vision Carthage has allowed me to accept the position as the new co-director. And in my position, I'll be working on obtaining grants, the projects, and volunteer recruitment. I'm also happy to announce that we've just hired Kate Kelly, who will begin work on Monday for Vision Carthage. Together, we have huge shoes to fill. Leanna Canfield was an amazing director and will be missed. Though I've only been working for Vision Carthage for a couple of weeks, I was a very active volunteer with the organization for the past 2 years and very familiar with the work they've done. After being away from Carthage for over 50 years, I must say I'm thrilled to be able to call Carthage home again. I have a strong background with not-for-profit work and look forward to bringing my expertise and enthusiasm to Vision Carthage. I will be reaching out for advice and direction and ask for your support. I've met with several of the leaders of several organizations and have scheduled several more to discuss ways we can work together and not duplicate, to collaborate and not compete, and together make Carthage better, more beautiful and more appealing. And together, I think we can make a bigger impact. I have reviewed the contract with the city, and Vision is fulfilling all of our obligations. This summer, we accomplished Flowers on the Square, Carthage in Bloom, a very successful garden tour, the monthly clean team events, Restoration Carthage, Treats on the Square, funding and a contract to refurbish a mural, supported the efforts of other not-for-profits with grant assistance, and we're working with the Parks Department and Tree Board to receive funds to be used for replacement of trees that were damaged in public places. All of the artwork has finished on the maple leaf sculpture, and it's just now waiting for MoDOT to finish their last bit of approval, and then we can finish that project as well. Recently, we've enjoyed decorating the square for the holidays. This includes the Christmas hanging baskets, the Christmas tree, and the light tunnel. Lighting on the square around all the tops of the buildings and decorating the urns. The urns are not finished. The Candy Cane Hunt will be our next event, and it will be held on Monday, December 9th in Central Park, and this will be in collaboration with the Parks Department. It was a great success last year, and together we hope it will even be a bigger event. Put it on your calendars. February 22nd will be the casino night at Memorial Hall. That is our major fundraiser for the year, and I also hope you'll add that to your calendar. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank all of our very dedicated volunteers, donors, and partners. Everyone is very needed and vital to the success of Vision Carthage. Thank you.
Well, Sally, I'd like to thank you and welcome you to Vision Carthage, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Great, thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shauna Myers, and I am with the local Girl Scout troop here in Carthage. My address is 1625 West 52nd Street, Carthage. 6 years ago, we started a tradition with our girls of pulling them through the lights at the Vietnamese College on a flatbed trailer. At the time, we met at the Nazarene Church. It was very easy, very simple to pull them across the street, pull them back. It was very quick. They loved it, and so the tradition was started. Up until last year, that is where we met. Now we have been moved to the Methodist Church downtown. Last year, we wanted to continue the tradition, so we felt like as far as that was, we needed to get permission. We spoke with the police department. They gave us 1 year of permission because if they said it was not their job to give us permission, but it was so close to our date, they went ahead and said we could do it that year as long as we came to city council next year. So the way that we usually do this is we load them onto the trailer. Their sides, we have at least 6 adults on the trailer with the girls. They're not just sitting back there willy-nilly. They're along the edges, the girls are on the inside. We would like to be able to pull them from the end of the lights back to our meeting place with the flashers on, of course. We generally would use back streets. So that is what we are seeking permission for, to be able to do that for our girls to continue their tradition. It's on the 19th of December. Sorry.
I would have a question from
Yes, absolutely.
Ms. Cox or Mr. Gold. The lights are not the city's, the street is the city's, but we don't generally grant people permission to go down the street. Do we need to grant permission for this?
We were more concerned because it was an open trailer, if we would be allowed to do that with permission.
Chad, are there any problems with this that you foresee?
No, last year, it was the exact same thing.
Yeah, it was,
I knew we had no issues, involving that. I think it might have been the race night as well. They had the race going on as well there, same night last year.
no, I don't think so. We try to avoid the night that they have the run for the lights, just because.
And I know it's said earlier, so we had no problems last time. Legally speaking, the only thing I could think of, is the trailer, the lighting would be one thing, and then making sure there's adults on there.
Absolutely.
As far as legally speaking, I can't think of a law off the top of my head that would regulate anybody on a trailer. In the back of a bed, there is of a pickup truck, but on a trailer.
So then we didn't have a public safety meeting this month, but next year they wouldn't have to come back to seek permission if there's no rules that they're, or laws that they're following.
Okay, well, Ms. Myers, I appreciate you coming to the council and making us aware of this,
Yes.
but at this point, we don't see a need for you to come back even
Fantastic.
and ask for permission, because again, the lights at Vietnamese are not the cities, and the street, and Mr. Deininger says he isn't aware of any ordinances, so thank you.
Fantastic. That was what we were worried about since it was so far. We wanted to make sure it was okay that we could do that.
As long as you have proper lighting on your trailer.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the flashers and everything.
If I can get your name and number, I'll follow up with you tomorrow. I'll double check to make sure there's no ordinances that I can.
Absolutely.
I want to be invited to go too.
It's so much fun. We love it.
Thank you.
Some years are warmer than others.
Thank you.
Have
Thank
fun.
you.
Hi, my name is Holly Williams. I live on 1739 South Baker Boulevard. I'm here about the noise issue from next door that I'm always having issues with. And I did take notes for the issues I've been having with them blaring their music right into my house. And I was just wondering if anything can be done.
I do know that I have spoken to Chief Hawkins, and as long as the ordinance, as long as they're not violating the noise ordinance, I don't believe there's anything that we can do as the city. Mr. Gold, are you aware of anything, the church that she's speaking of has had, and I don't recall when I spoke to Chief Hawkins the exact number, 80 plus calls for noise disturbances, and I believe they've had at least 12 citations for violation of the noise ordinance. Do you know if there's any action that can be taken against multiple time repeated offender of a noise ordinance?
I suppose that one remedy that the city could look at would be, there'd be a lawsuit involved against the church to ask a court to enjoin that activity from continuing. Similar to any kind of an activity that might be deemed abusive. I guess if you've had that many notices and that many violations and citations issued as a result of violations, And I think probably we could have success in asking the court to temporarily enjoin it, but the church would have the right to be heard finally, and a judge would have to decide if it ought to be an extended injunction to prevent that from continuing. It sounds to me like the citations aren't working effectively.
Ms. Cox?
Would you like me to set up a meeting with the police chief and John Gold, and we can discuss this and see how we can move forward?
Yes. So we will schedule a meeting with the city attorney and the police chief and see if we can move forward with other actions.
Oh, okay. And there's like one more thing. I was told that since the tickets are not working, that whenever I call, a cop may or may not end up going to investigate this issue whenever I end up hearing it in the house.
When I spoke with Chief Hawkins, he said that they have, every time you've called, they have sent an officer out there.
Oh, okay.
So they will continue.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question? Have all
Yes, Mr.
those
Barlow.
citations gone through the full, complete legal process? Do we know?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
But we'll work on it and we can give a report on what we've learned. Do we have copies? I think Chief does.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm Ron Wells, 2026 South Maple, Carthage. I'm here tonight, to speak about some concerns I got since you've been made mayor. And I accept your apology, but as citizens, this council, you, all the department heads, they work for the citizens of Carthage. And that's something that I'm hoping that we're going to slowly get back to here now. When a citizen comes to speak with you or leave a phone number for you to give them a call, we need to respect to at least get that phone call back or set up a meeting so they can talk to you. I expected that of Mr. Wright, and I expect that of you. You apologized to me. I never got one from the previous mayor, but I do appreciate that. Second is, this council represents the city of Carthage. It's terrible when I go to Joplin, at my church or what have you, and they tell me just about all the problems going on over here and tell us, oh, you got a mess over there. We need to clean our mess up and actually get on to the business of the citizens. Now, the way I understand the charter, it takes a quorum in order to have a meeting. And the way I read it, it said of the elected officials. We have 6 elected council members. A quorum of 6 is 4. So if we have 4 council members available to attend a council meeting, we shouldn't have a need to cancel it. Am I not correct on the quorum?
Mr. Gold, would you want to address that? I know we've discussed it multiple times.
Our position is that it's of the entire council, all the elected officials, not the current sitting officials. You need
You only
6
have 6 elected individuals now.
Well, you have 6 sitting people, but you
That's
have
right.
10 elected officials for your council.
You don't have 10 elected.
So I'd be glad to visit with you.
I'm reading the charter the way it's written. It doesn't say of the seats, it says of the sitting elected individuals.
You're certainly entitled
You
to
have
your
6.
opinion, and I've given you my
Well, as a
opinion.
citizen, you know, I got a right to question that.
You sure do.
And I think that we need to look at that. We have a quorum of what you have elected now, then you should have a council meeting. That's my opinion. But we have had something on the charts sitting on the Works Department, we can't even get a meeting to have that. The one meeting we had, they had to be canceled because they couldn't get a quorum there. The job of the city council is to be taking care of the citizens, not the department heads, not anybody else, the citizens. And we have a right to expect that. And I just ask, we look at these things and let's get the city of Carthage back on board doing our job. If we only got 6 people, then we have to do the job with 6. But if you can't have a meeting, you can't do the job and you can't represent us. And that's who you're supposed to be representing, the citizens of Carthage, not anybody else. For now, I'll cease it there. I do still expect to have a meeting with you, Mayor, to discuss some other things that we talked about before.
Yes, sir.
Thank you and appreciate it.
Yeah, my name is Bill Shear. I live at 422 East 13th Street. And I'd like to address Mr. Gold also. You said we have a 10-seat council. Every one of those seats are supposed to represent the city, right? So how did we impeach the mayor with only 6 votes? It takes a supermajority on an impeachment. That would be 7 votes. So how, didn't you advise the council that they needed 7 votes before they?
I didn't represent the council in that proceeding.
But you told them that they needed 7 votes to impeach.
That's my impression and
Okay.
opinion, based on the wording.
And aren't they supposed to take your word on stuff? I mean, don't you represent the council too?
I represent the city.
Right.
And as a result of when I came on board, the city, through the council, had made a decision to hire outside counsel, and that's Mr.
Right.
Paul Martin.
Okay.
And they were guided by Mr. Martin based upon their selection of him to represent them in that process.
But your view on it, if you were the attorney, you'd have told them they needed 7 votes, right?
That's my opinion.
That's all I want.
Now have reports of our standing committees, Budget Ways and Means, Vice Chair Heckmaster.
The Budget Ways and Means Committee is in between meetings. The next meeting will occur Monday, December 9th, here in council chambers, and that meeting will begin at 5:30.
Thank you. Committee on Insurance Audit and Claims, Vice Chair Schramm.
We met this evening and approved claims tonight for $832.69. And last meeting we had was on the 12th, and we approved the claims for $2,801,360.85 for a grand total of $3,291,193.54. The only outstanding things I will mention on that was we had a carburetor, I believe, that went to Central Power Systems and Services for $37,532. Sprouse Construction, that was work on the culvert on Chestnut Street for $35,046. And this week we had approved $78,046.94 to Zanovan, and that was for 8 projects. And 4 of those projects were to be received money back from the state or from grants.
Thank you. Public Safety Committee Chairperson Heckmaster.
The Public Safety Committee was unable to hold the November 18th meeting due to lack of quorum. One item on that agenda was Run Through the Lights. This activity requires street closures, which we'll address this evening. Participants are to gather at 6 p.m. and at 6:30 p.m. they will either run, walk, or jog, depending upon their ability, through the Way of Salvation lighting display. This event is free and open to the public. I reached out to the coordinator and she told me that they usually have now around 900 to 1,000 participants. So this is a big darn deal. The runners will lead the group and then the walkers will follow, which is probably the safest way to do this, don't y'all think? Participants may run through the Way of Salvation only or add to their journey a trip around the Carthage Square and Central Park. So for those interested, you'll find important details on Facebook at Run Through the Lights 2024. The needed street closures are close westbound Fairview traffic at Wynwood at 6 p.m., close eastbound Fairview traffic at Grand at 6 p.m. with a Carthage Police Department guide to guide the traffic, close eastbound Highland traffic at Grand at 6 p.m., close westbound Highland traffic at Clinton at 6 p.m., optional close Grand from Highland to Fairview, and close lights to vehicular traffic at 6 o'clock, open to pedestrians at 6:30. That's all I need to share, I believe, right now, Your Honor. So,
Okay, let me make sure I have that right. We have westbound Fairview traffic at Wynwood at 6. Eastbound Fairview at Grand at 6.
yes,
Eastbound Highland to Clinton at 6:30.
Highland at Grand at 6.
Grand.
Then Highland traffic at Clinton at 6, Your Honor.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have?
One more,
Oh,
and
I'm
then
sorry.
an option is to close Grand from Highland to Fairview.
Deputy Chief Deininger, have we had any issues in the past with these street closures? I believe those are the same that we've had in the past.
In the past, all I've known about it being closed is on Fairview at Grand and Wyndham. The Highland and Grand Street closures requested is the first time that I believe that's been requested. The one, when we close it on Fairview, it only takes a few minutes for those people to get across the street. They start there at the church. That's never been an issue for us. The new Highland and on Grand Street's the only one I can possibly think of. It's a pretty good traffic flow through there. We're talking maybe, I don't know, 6 to 8 cops to get that closed down, which would be new to us.
Okay. So I have a motion. Did I have a second on Ms. Heckmaster?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to close Fairview at Wynwood, West Fairview at Wynwood at 6, East Fairview at Grand at 6, East Highland at Grand at 6, West Highland at Clinton at 6, and then option from Highland to Fairview at 6. Any discussion?
Have they checked with the gas company to see if that would interfere with any of those routes? They're in that area a little bit right now.
I'm unaware of that. I did not receive information that they had.
Mr. Dunn?
The traffic on Grand Street, are you wanting north and southbound closed, the entire roadway, or just a
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
on Grand Street, the closure that's being requested, is it north and southbound from Fairview to Highland on Grand?
They did not state that
Okay.
in the information they provided to me.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Ms. Heckmaster, you have anything further?
No, nothing else, Your Honor.
Public Services Committee, Chairman Barlow.
Public Services Committee met on November 19th. Got several things here to go through. Number one, Jasper County Youth Fair presented several projects, including installing a 14 by 20 portable office building, adding gutters and leaf guards, writing a grant to fund new hog pens for the hog barn, and removing a dead tree near the exhibit building. They will cover all costs and secure funding for these projects at this time. I'd like to make a motion to approve these projects by the Jasper County Youth Fair.
I second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the projects by the Jasper County Youth Fair. Miranda, did you get those projects listed, Mr. Barlow?
Yeah, I got them.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thanks, sir. Number two, the Kellogg Lake Board presented the landscaping plan for the Kellogg Lake Playground. There are plans to plant 10 trees in late fall or early winter, followed by flowers and grasses in the spring. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve the landscaping plan by the Kellogg Lake Board.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the landscaping plan by the Kellogg Lake Board. Any discussion?
I had taken a tour out there with Abby and have seen the work that they're going to do, and it will tremendously benefit that north side of Kellogg Lake. So I'm all for this and the hard work that Jackie's done.
Any further discussion?
I was just going to add, she was also, they're also going to do make a sturdier shelter area over on the far side of the lake area that will be really nice. I mean, they've put a lot of time and planning into this.
So I've got a motion to approve the Kellogg Lake landscape plan, Kellogg Lake Board landscape plan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thanks, sir. Next item is the golf course, currently working on trade agreements. Nothing to act on tonight, just note that there's more to come on that at a later date. Next item is the golf course, working with the Missouri Department of Conservation to apply for a 75-25 cost share grant for native grasses at the golf course. This is a reimbursable grant. The invasive species that we currently have depletes the nutrients, and the native grasses will enhance the golf course's appearance by creating a uniform look. Once we receive all of the information from the Department of Conservation, it will move forward at a future meeting. Next item is we discussed the golf chemical RFPs. 2 bids were received. The golf maintenance superintendent recommends that we go with Advanced Turf, who we have worked with the last 4 years. At this time, I make a motion to accept the golf chemical bid from Advanced Turf, which is the low bid, in the amount of $50,040.08.
A second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the bid from Golf. I'm sorry, the name again, Mr. Barlow?
Advanced Turf.
Oh, Advanced Turf. Accept the bid from Advanced Turf for golf course chemical. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, sir. Next item is we have an RFP for disc golf baskets at the disc golf area at Kellogg. Have been unable to play there on it since the new playground was installed. Parks Department is working with the Joplin Disc Golf Club and received 2 bids for new disc golf baskets, one from Dynamic Disc and one from Innova Disc Golf. The lowest and best bid, was from Dynamic Disc in the amount of $15,900. At this time, I make a motion to accept the bid from Dynamic Disc in the amount of $15,900.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the bid from Dynamic Disc for $15,900 for new disc golf baskets. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Sir. Next RFP includes bleachers for various places in the parks. 3 bids were received, with the lowest bid being from Bolte Company. At this time, I make a motion to accept the bid from Bolte Company in the amount of $7,444.50.
I'm sorry, 7,400.
$7,444.50.
Have a motion to accept the bid for bleachers from Bolte Company for $7,444.50.
I'll second.
And a second. Any discussion? Ms. Almendinger?
I just wanted to clarify, we're purchasing a few of those bleachers, so whatever we have allocated for in the use tax is, this is $7,444 per set of bleachers.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so there'd be multiple.
I think we're at least planning to get 2, 3 if I'm not mistaken.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, you'll see later in this meeting is Resolution 2061 to enter into a cost share with the Missouri Department of Conservation for the removal of 20 ash trees which have the emerald ash borer disease, and then the installation of 41 new trees. Next item is the next RFP is for fencing, which is listed as Council Bill 2456. The next item discussed was to purchase scoreboards for the Fair Acres ball fields, as none of them currently work. This is from the Nevco Company, which is a Sourcewell company. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to purchase 4 scoreboards in the amount of $17,376.55.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to accept the bid from Nevco Company for scoreboards in the amount of $17,376.55. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Next item is the Parks Department is working with the city engineer to move forward with plans for renovating the concession stand at Fair Acres. More to come on that at the next meeting. Next to the last item is playground lighting is next on the list of things to tackle with the new playgrounds. And the Wesco Company has been working with the Parks Department for 19 lights across Municipal, Kellogg, Griggs, and Carter Parks. Wesco is a Sourcewell company. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to accept the bid from Wesco for $66,410.36 for 19 new lights. This is for purchase of the lights only, does not include installation.
Motion to accept.
Do I have a second? I have a motion by Ms. Lees. Oh, Mr. Barlow made the motion. Ms. Lees seconded.
Oh, thanks.
I'm sorry, you said motion.
Yes,
If I said it right, I did
No,
right.
yeah, sorry about that. Got a motion to accept the bid from Wesco Company in the amount of $66,410.36 for 19 new lights at the park playgrounds. Any discussion?
Abby, could you tell them where the funds for this come from? Because it seems like we're spending a lot of money, but you have it all allocated to different budgets. So.
Right, it was approved in the budget for use tax, and then some of them will come from the McCune Brooks grant.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carried.
And lastly, the Boylan Foundation donated $500 to underwrite hot cocoa during the Vision Carthage Candy Cane Hunt in Central Park, which you will see listed as Resolution 2060. That's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Mr. Taylor, Public Works.
We're between meetings right now. We are having a meeting the first Tuesday of the month, and it is going to be a busy one. We've got a lot on the docket this time around. There's some things that we've been waiting on that we're going to take care of. A lot of exciting things coming up.
Thank you. Reports, special committees and board liaisons. Ms. Lees?
First, I wanted to say thanks for this one, talking about Carthage Water and Electric Board, we met November 21st at 3 at the Carthage Water and Electric office. They did approve the disbursements of $5,499,372.33. And then October financials were presented to the board, and there was noting that combined operating expenses were under budget for the month and year-to-date combined, but it looks like we're still on track for year-to-date. It was October, this last October was of course a lot warmer than the year prior, and so that resulted in some of the electric revenues being down. She noted that the power expenses were stable though. And then Dogwood, up to this point, has been a $700,000 net income to date received since June 1st. And then on our new business that we had, they had presentation of the fiscal year 2024 audit, and that's with the CPA with the KPM CPAs and Advisors of Springfield that do all of the audits for the city. They presented the 2023-2024 audit, stating that it was an unmodified, clean opinion. It was also reported that KPN found no material weakness, no non-compliance issues, no significant control deficiencies. She actually commended all of the CWEP staff for the great internal controls as well as the cooperation throughout the audit process. The general manager, Bryant, expressed his appreciation for KPM also because he said they were very professional in everything that they obtained. So that was passed unanimously. And then I also wanted to say, Rebecca from the KPA office, we were talking, she was talking, some of the board members asked that all of the CWEP employees leave the room and that just the board members and council members stay in the room, or I guess that at that point. And they just wanted to make sure to see if there was anything extra that they saw, noted that we needed to take note of as a board, and there was nothing that Rebecca could report of that effect. And then Rebecca did compliment Kelly Nugent, and she said that she actually learned a few things from Kelly during this audit that will help her too with some other things, so that was good to hear. There was also a consideration revisions to Article 44 for travel and training expenditures of the personnel policy, and they passed that unanimously. It was just kind of updating and keeping things in check with the current guidelines and things. And then the third thing was Chuck presented a resolution 2024.15. It's the basically it's the plan 457B plan amendment. It's so that employees can borrow from the fund from themselves if they so choose to do that. It passed unanimously. And then I just encourage everyone to take time to read the staff and board member comments. There were some comments on there too. Our next meeting tentatively will be on December 19th at 3 p.m. at Carthage Water and Electric Plant.
Thank you.
And that's what I was saying. I'm sorry, is it okay if I?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say thanks again last night, just for, during this, we were talking about all of, well, I did the board, but they made a big success with the Sparkle in the Park lighting ceremony. I don't think I've ever seen that many people in the park before, so that was very nice to see. Everyone seemed to be having a great time in spite of the cooler temperatures. I just want to note on that for Carthage Water and Electric that will run from, of course, yesterday, November, until November 25th till January 1st from 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. So please enjoy, and please have everyone, sorry, tongue-tied. Please have everyone go out and enjoy the hard work that they've put in on this event. I know we were missing trees, but I couldn't tell. When that place lit up, there was an awe in the air, and so that was pretty exciting. So, and then the other thing was Customer Academy for Carthage Water and Electric. Watch their website for updates on that. I only got to attend one of the sessions that I for the Academy. This time, hopefully they'll, since I flunked, I'll get to go back again. You do need to be 18 years or older, but in the one meeting that I was in, and actually that was supposed to be during my comments, I apologize. I can stop now.
Thank you.
If you want me to.
Ms. Heckmaster?
Planning, Zoning, and Historic Preservation Commission met in council chambers at 5:30 PM on Thursday, November 5th. A special use permit to sell liquor by the drink at property located at 910 South Garrison was the primary order of business. 2 local citizens shared concerns that can be remedied. As all parties were not present to remedy the situation, this topic has been tabled until the commission's next meeting. The next Planning, Zoning, and Historic Preservation Commission will occur in council chambers at 5:30 PM Thursday, December 5th. In addition to that, Your Honor, I missed reporting on the Humane Society meetings earlier, so may I continue with that? We've had a couple of quality meetings on the Humane Society. A lot of good ideas have been shared, and we will be meeting again next Tuesday at here at council chambers, those that are on the committee, to work together for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Lees?
Along with the Humane Society, I just wanted to let you know, we had the board meeting November 21st at 6:30 PM. They've been working really hard for fundraisers and securing funds and just trying to keep their heads above the water, so to speak. The board is they're meeting extra times other than the regular monthly meeting, just to try to rectify things that they can. They've had to make some very hard payroll cuts, which also increases the staff workload that the staff is currently working. So, and then just a reminder, a minimum wage will be going up, so that's going to also add an added issue for them for expenses in the future. They wanted to thank, though, all of the citizens and the community that have stepped up during this time. They said to tell you all, thank you for your donations. You may not think your donation can help much, but every penny is counting. All the donations of food, everything has been fantastic. And then, of course, the adoptions, you've seen them all over Facebook. They've been adopting dogs over time. I think they're at half the animals they were when they first got into this crisis mode. And then again, we're meeting in December 3rd. So please keep sharing posts and donating and supporting them. We need the facility and the animals need us too.
Thank you.
The
Mr. Barlow.
library board, I just want to mention that for those who don't already do so, it'd be worth your while to check out the Carthage Public Library's Facebook page. They have a lot of activities that are really well done, including Saturday, the authors for the holidays. I think they have well over 40. I came out with a little thinner wallet, but I had a nice visit with the actual authors themselves. Loved it. Look forward to the books. Grateful to have their signatures on there. It was awesome. Great event. Great things going on at the library.
Thank you. Anyone else? For my report, as I mentioned earlier, I have a few other items that I would like to address at tonight's meeting. The next item that I would like to discuss is council members should refrain from directly contacting the city attorney or department heads. As a cost avoidance initiative, council members should not contact Mr. Gold unless they have first contacted myself or Ms. Cox to avoid duplicate calls and clarification as to the necessity of the call. This will help us reduce the cost to the city and better respect Mr. Gold's time. To be clear, every council member has the right to contact city department heads in reference to constituents' concerns. Council members do not have the authority to direct the actions of any city employees. If a constituent contacts you with a concern, they should be first directed to contact the appropriate department to allow city staff to answer questions or investigate concerns of the citizens. If the citizens have contacted the department and have not gotten resolution, you should get their name and contact information and get their information to Ms. Cox to follow up with the department head for further action. Unfortunately, the city cannot resolve every issue that is brought to its attention. Some issues will take longer to resolve or need capital projects to complete. Let's let our city staff perform the jobs that we have entrusted them to perform. I've met with the department heads and they all want to do what's best for the city. I've also instructed Ms. Cox and the department heads that I want all council bills to go through the appropriate committee before it goes to the council agenda. This will allow all council bills to be heard by the appropriate committee prior to consideration by the whole council. This will also allow any questions or concerns to be answered prior to being on the council agenda. This makes the committee meetings even more important that they are held as scheduled. As Mr. Taylor mentioned earlier, the Public Works Department is the first meeting of the month. They meet on the first Tuesday of each month. Budget Ways and Means Committee meets on the second Monday of each month. Public Safety Committee meets on the third Monday of each month. And Public Services meets on the third Tuesday of each month. So put those on your calendars, please, because we have limited number of members on those committees. We can't meet if we don't have quorums. So we should have those committee meetings on our agendas so that we don't double book. So please take that into consideration. Tonight, I'm also appointing Ms. Lease, Ms. Schramm, Ms. Cox, and Mr. Michael Miller to a committee to review and work on the updated salary study. And we have a meeting scheduled for that salary study update next week. The firm that we have doing the salary study has the information ready. That committee will take that information and make appropriate changes as necessary. I'm also tonight appointing Ms. Lease, Ms. Schramm, Ms. Heckmaster, and Mr. Michael Miller to a hiring committee for the city administrator position. This coming Friday is the last date for applications to be submitted, so we do not have a date scheduled for that meeting yet. And you may ask why I'm appointing Ms. Schramm and Ms. Lease and Ms. Heckmaster to those committees. And the charter requires that the committee, the Budget Chair Committee and the Committee on Insurance, Audit, and Claims be on those hiring committees. I've added Ms. Heckmaster as an additional person to be on that hiring committee so that we have more than 2 council members present. I will also be a part of those committees. I'd like to entertain a motion at this time to move the election of the Mayor Pro Tem up in the agenda to after the acceptance of the election results. So that item is currently listed last or next to last on our new business. So I would entertain a motion to amend the agenda.
I would move that we amend the agenda to move up the agenda item for appointment or the Mayor Pro Tem agenda item.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to amend tonight's agenda and move the election of Mayor Pro Tem up to the second item under new business. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I am working to get some new members appointed to the council and getting our committees adequate membership so we'll be able to meet when scheduled. I've met with a lot of people over the last couple weeks, and I want to assure everyone that I am committed to regaining the trust of the citizens of Carthage and doing what's best for the city. We can only be successful in this effort if we are transparent in our actions and committed to doing what's best for the city. If anyone has questions about anything that I've outlined or addressed this evening, I'd be happy to answer those questions after the meeting. Next, we will have reports and remarks of council members. Mr. Taylor.
I have nothing at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would just echo Ms. Lee's comments. Sparkle in the Park is always a hit. I know certainly with the Peterson family, but I just would commend our water and electric employees for their hard work. That's such a great event, and hopefully we can keep that going forever. So, thank you.
Ms. Lees.
sorry, I said so much of it earlier. I'll continue just saying, in the Customer Academy, the two things that stood out to me the most were the sessions of seeing the whole grid of Carthage and all the different connections. And I know when I've been privileged to work with some of the other departments on different things, and just seeing how much is involved in all the detail of all of this has been amazing. But just the grid to maintain, to keep us warm and cool and provide lighting, and of course our internet was impressive, and that they do it with 88 employees. I was also impressed with that. And then I myself have always kind of taken for granted how things in our city work without too much thought until last year when I had decided I was going to run. However, since April, I've had the opportunity to work more closely with like this incredible team of the city that are keeping us running. They've kept things going even when things haven't seemed like they're going. It's clear without the dedication of every single one of the departments and every single staff member that things would not function as they do. Sometimes their hard work everybody puts in goes unnoticed, yet it really is essential to our daily lives. And I just want to encourage everyone, please take a moment, express your gratitude to all of our city employees, to our city servants. I know that when someone tells me thank you for something, it means more than you can imagine, and they deserve that. So right now, I just wish to thank all of you, all of our city employees, the whole group. And every one of them, I want to thank them for all their work and for keeping things going for me whenever I just take it for granted. That's all. Thank you,
Ms. Lee. Ms. Heckmaster?
I'd like to thank the department that picks up all of our leaves. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think that's just pretty awesome. So thank you, Zeb and team. And Sparkle in the Park was truly astounding. CWNEP did a great job, but I also believe that the Parks Department was involved in that. I saw them picking up things today, and I appreciated their efforts too. It was a blast last night. That's all, Your Honor.
Mr. Barlow?
Nothing. Echo what they said. Nothing else. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Schramm?
Okay, I'm sorry, I have 2 months worth of stuff, but I'll hurry. On November 6th, I did a ride-along with the Carthage Police Department with Sergeant Tinnen, and he was a wonderful example for the police department. He loves working there. He's not from Carthage, but he would not be in any other department. He loves it here. He's been here 5.5 years. His wife Cassie and him are the proud parents of 3 young children, and their youngest one is just 1 year old. And what I found astounding was throughout our tour, when we would pass CWEP, Public Works, a person from the fire department, everybody would wave. Everybody gets along, and they count on each other when they're needed, but even if they're not, they're very, very friendly, and there's a lot of cooperation going on. So it was a privilege to ride with Sergeant Tinnen and for him to give me a tour of the police department, and I just wanted to thank him for that. On November 12th and 19th, I attended the Jasper County Commissioners meeting. They're held every Tuesday at 9 a.m. over at the courthouse right beside where we vote. And at that meeting, there was the reading of the budget for the upcoming year by Sarah Hoover. The key highlight of that was the resources that are gained this year from the marijuana tax and the use tax, and between that, it's about $3 million. So that was good news for that. On November 12th, Abby took me on a tour of the parks and the Civil War Museum. There's over 250 acres in our parks, and they're all just so beautiful. Griggs Park, they have the final touches going on. You'll probably talk about that, of the playground. And that park, I live close to that park. It's used, so it is full every night. Even last night when it was starting to get cold, people were playing pickleball. So I'm glad to see all the improvements in that, and the ribbon cutting is December 3rd at 4 p.m. for that. Kellogg Lake, we talked about Jackie's project. Kellogg Lake is looking beautiful, and it even will be more beautiful with all the projects completed. So thank you for your hard work there, and city staff works hard. That's a huge park to maintain. Central Park, everybody talked about it, about losing 41 trees. Nobody noticed last night when Sparkle in the Park went on. So that was also wonderful. And I had a chance to meet Chad Carney, and he and his dedicated team. They were at Municipal Park at their office. And Chad had moved over. He worked for the Public Works Department for 12 years, and he loves his new team as much as he did the Public Works Department. So he's a great asset to the park system. And Abby and I went through the Civil War Museum. I don't think I've ever been through the Civil War Museum, and Jim Williams there is so passionate about history. The diorama is wonderful. They have a new video. So it's a free museum. I would suggest if you haven't put it on your list to go see it, it is a treasure. Thank you, Abby, for that tour. I also had a tour from Miranda about through City Hall, and she had introduced me to people that I had not met before here. And we went downstairs to the basement where all the archived documents are kept in ancient cabinets, and immediately started sneezing, and she said that was typical of going down there. Some of the meetings date back to 1873, so it's really a neat thing right underneath here. So thank you, Miranda, and they will have a float in the Christmas parade that Danae has been putting together, their crafter of the office. And so watch for the Peanuts gang in the parade. On December 19th, I met with Jeff Meredith, and he gave me an update on the Economic Enhancement Zone, which is putting the project together for Schreiber Cheese. And that plant is directly east of the Schreiber, where Schreiber is now on Hazel Street. And that's a great project because it will bring, at a small project that they're promising, is $200 million and 101 jobs, and maybe a large project in the works for 251 high-paying jobs to our area. So this is a great investment in our town, and we'll be talking about that at the December 10th meeting to pass that resolution for the economic zone and have a public hearing on that. And let's see, we've talked about Sparkle in the Park. We did that last night, my husband and I, and it was just like you were in a storybook Hallmark movie. There were so many people out there. It was a wonderful gift to the city. And I'm going to show you my certificate from the CW&EP Customer Academy. I'm really proud of this. I learned a lot. It was 4 weeks of information that we wouldn't have known otherwise. All the department heads go to each meeting, and you learn a lot. I encourage anybody to go in their spring class. Tom did it last year in the spring, and he talked so highly about it. But each week we learn about something different. The first week was the power side of it. The second was internet. The third was water treatment. And the last night we got to go through the power plant, and they fired up one of those engines, and it was amazing. So I want to thank Carthage Water and Electric for putting that academy on. And I have been not bugging yet, it's going to get that way with Chief Hawkins to do a Citizens Police Academy, so more people can go through that. It would be very educational for our city.
I mean to interrupt, but I'm a proud graduate of the 2010 class of the Carthage Police Citizens.
Well.
But it was awesome. It was awesome.
And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Administrative reports of officers of the city. Deputy Chief Deininger.
Nothing to report tonight, Your Honor.
Interim Chief Martin.
I know everyone's still anxious to see our new truck go in service because we've had it for a couple of months now, but we're waiting on equipment that is back ordered. One of our engines that we just recently had emergency bill to have the engine overhauled. Now that it's running really well, but it's exposing some other deficiencies now since it's running so well now, like the turbo is acting up and some other things. So we're going to probably strip a lot of equipment off of it when it goes in the shop, because it'll come back as a reserve truck, and try to get the new one up and running before the next council meeting. Our brush truck that we took to Indiana is still in production. We're in the process of switching all of our radio equipment over. JASCO, our dispatch agency, has a countywide project to put everyone on Most Win radios so that we can have interoperability and communicate with each other and the other departments more easily, instead of everybody being on different frequencies and having to scroll through to find somebody's talk group. But we're on the front end of that. Carthage Fire, Carthage Police, and Carl Junction Fire are the three test groups. We got our radios yesterday or 2 days ago, and they took us, yesterday. They took us offline on a Kenwood system that we've been using for the last 20 years, but we currently don't have radios in the trucks, so everyone's using handhelds that have, there's only 3 small locations in the county that did not have reception, and they were of course in our district, but they're very tiny little areas. But until we get all of the installations in our trucks and our buildings, we'll be operating off handhelds for probably 2 weeks, but they're trying to fast track the program, get everything in. We interviewed 3 candidates last week to fill vacancies, and we will be interviewing again in December. We haven't hired anyone yet to fill those spots. Next Thursday, the 5th, we'll have a fire truck out. We were invited to participate in the Cookies with Santa at Mercy Hospital. So we'll have a truck out there for that. We received a donation. It'll be, I think it's in your packet. Butterball does training at our facility from time to time for hazmat certification at Station 2, and they weren't impressed with the clarity of our TV in the training room, and so they offered to buy and donate up to $500 television and have it installed to replace the one, so they'll have higher resolution when they do training. We also received a donation from M&M Record Service. Owner Sean Meister called me last week. He was delivering bottled water to some area food banks. He purchased the contents of a semi involved in an accident and asked if we could use a pallet of water. The cost was below the threshold required for council approval, so I informed City Hall about it and accepted the donation of the pallet of water. Next council meeting will be the 11th or 12th, 11th I think, 10th?
December 10th.
I'll have a representative here because I'll be at the Four Corners Emergency Management Conference in Branson for that Tuesday. And I believe that is all.
And Mr. Martin, will the fire department be driving Santa through the parade on Monday?
Yes, we will. Sorry.
I look forward to that every year.
We got
Seeing
a letter today from Mr. Spinagle showing our location, which is the same every year. We're number 50 in the parade, so we're last.
I look forward to seeing Santa every year on the fire truck.
Hopefully there's no horses in front of our truck, because they almost started fighting several years ago because they're honking the horn and the horses were bucking.
Ms. Almendinger, or is that all Mr. Martin?
Yeah, I'm not.
Ms. Almendinger?
Yes, thank you. I did want to let everybody know that Lime scooter season has ended. We had 27,438 trips recorded between May and November. It generated over $7,000 in revenue for us. 10,211 of those was in August. One is sufficient, thank you. I also just wanted to give a shout out to our parks maintenance staff, who's done an incredible amount of work in Central Park, getting everything ready for Sparkle in the Park as well. We'll be celebrating the opening of Griggs Park Playground. I would, love to see everyone there. We are thrilled to finally have that be, it won't be perfect with, the dirt work coming up to the edge of the playground and everything, but we really want to get it open for kids. So that will be held, as Ms. Schramm mentioned, on Tuesday, December 3rd at 4 p.m. I invite everybody to come. And then as Sally mentioned, we are partnering with Vision Carthage to put on the Hometown Holidays Candy Cane Hunt in Central Park. That will be on Monday, December the 9th at 6:30. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things that I have asked the department heads, and so the council members on the committees are aware of, I've asked the department heads at our committee meetings to start highlighting some of the employees or some of the activities of some of the employees of our departments, so that we can bring those employees to the meeting if they would like to come and be recognized at the meeting, or have the department heads at least mention them at these meetings. So just so that the council's aware, I've asked the department heads to start looking at their committee meetings and being ready to discuss an employee that has done an outstanding job, an employee that's put in a lot of years of service that's perhaps retiring, or put in a lot of years of service and has a lot of years of service left for the city. So I want to start recognizing our city employees for the efforts that they put on, because I really do believe that we have a great staff of city employees. Ms. Cox, do you have anything to report tonight?
Thank you, Your Honor. First off, to all of the council members, the Christmas dinner with the congregation is December 19th, so look for an email from Miranda to let her know if you will be attending. A lot of the meetings that I would have discussed have already been covered tonight, but there's been a lot of progress. I know that we haven't had any council meetings or committee meetings, but there really has been a lot of progress going on, working with other organizations and mending fences and learning to work together again. And we've made a lot of progress, and I'm really proud of our council for the steps that they've taken on that as well. So we are still working on the city's tourism position and formation of a tourism steering committee. And hopefully we'll have something more to report on that soon. Jana has been working with me on that diligently, and we'll get there. We'll get there. So I also want to report on a meeting that I went to. It was the MoDOT Southwest District Prioritization meeting. And this is a meeting where they present and rank projects for the Southwest District. And Carthage did have 3 projects that were presented. The first one was the intersection of HH or Ferd Road and Chapel, where a roundabout would be installed to help with the traffic congestion there. And the second was the intersection by Walgreens or 571 and HH. And this would widen the road to extend the turning lanes on the east side where traffic backs up when either the school lets out or at the end of an event. So that was on the list as well. The third project was the I-49 and Garrison exit ramp by Fire Station number 2, where a hazard is created if a fire truck is leaving the station. So those 3 projects were evaluated. The intersection improvements at Chapel and HH was ranked 9th in the district, and it will move forward to the state for consideration. So hopefully we can get something done there. As has been reported earlier, the city did expend an additional $95,000 on a project to try and alleviate some of the congestion that project would have created at that intersection. So it is something that definitely needs to be improved, and hopefully we can get something done there. And Sally left, but I have had the pleasure of meeting with Sally from Vision Carthage, and she is very passionate about our city, and she has a lot of great ideas for beautification within the city, and I look forward to working with her and hearing more of her ideas. And that's all I have tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Golden, anything tonight? We'll now have a report of claims committee.
The Committee on Claims filed a report in the amount of $3,291,193.54.
I move that we approve the claims.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the claims. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now, old business. Ms. Deal?
The second reading of Council Bill 2452, an ordinance amending the annual operating and capital budget of the City of Carthage for fiscal year 2024-2025 for specified funds, General Fund, Golf Fund, and the Use Tax Fund.
Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes.
Council Bill passes.
Council bill passes 6-0. First item on the agenda under new business is approval of the election results. I would entertain a motion to accept the election results from our November 6th election.
I would make a motion to table this because we have not had this certified from the county yet. He has not gotten the official word from the county of all the names, and I don't think that we can certify an election unless we have the results.
Ms. Cox, would you like to address that?
I did go over to the courthouse to check on that, and they called the state, and the county certifies the election results, so those are the results that we accept, which we have. The state, it is their duty to close the election.
So they haven't closed the election yet?
The election hasn't been closed, but the results have been certified. And I did talk with Mr. Gold about it as well.
And what was your opinion
My
on that?
opinion is that if the county has certified the results, you can proceed with your certification.
Okay. Charlie Davis had told me otherwise, that they had not had the certification final counts from the state yet.
They called the state directly to
Okay.
find out.
Yeah, thank you.
Proceed with
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. I make a motion, we accept the election results.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the election results. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Motion passes 6-0. Next item on the agenda, we have moved up to the election of a mayor pro tem. I would open the floor for nominations for mayor pro tem.
I would like to nominate Terry Heckmaster as mayor pro tem.
I would second that.
No need for a second, but I would have the nomination of Ms. Terry Heckmaster. Are there any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, all in favor of Ms. Heckmaster as Mayor Pro Tem, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried, 5-1.
Your Honor, I am abstaining.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Miranda, could you get that? 4-1-1. Congratulations, Ms. Heckmaster.
Thank you.
The first reading of Council Bill 2453, an emergency ordinance to authorize the mayor to apply for federal financial assistance on behalf of the city of Carthage and to execute any contracts resulting from such application for any grants between the city of Carthage and the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission, providing for capital, operating, and/or marketing assistance comprised of federal funds to be expended for commission-approved transit projects.
Any discussion?
This ordinance, what it does is just takes, changes the name for the application to Alan Snow as mayor and removes Dan Rife. And this is something that the state requested that we get to them as soon as possible, so that's why it's deemed an emergency ordinance.
Any further discussion? I would entertain a motion to forward to second reading.
Motion to forward.
Got a motion to forward?
Second.
And a second? Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The second reading of Council Bill 2453, an emergency ordinance to authorize the mayor to apply for federal financial assistance on behalf of the city of Carthage and to execute any contracts resulting from such application for any grants between the city of Carthage and the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission, providing for capital operating and/or marketing assistance comprised of federal funds to be expended for commission-approved transit projects.
Any discussion? Cast your votes. Motion carries 6-0.
In the first reading of Council Bill 2454, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with J.H. Sign Designs LLC of Joplin, Missouri for the South Economic Development Park billboard sign in the amount of $20,548 in the city of Carthage, Missouri.
Any discussion? Ms. Dill?
The first reading of Council Bill 2456, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with MW Fence Company LLC of Joplin, Missouri for a one-year contract for various fencing projects for the Carthage Parks and Recreation Department in the city of Carthage, Missouri.
Any discussion? Move on. Resolutions.
Resolution 2057, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carthage granting an administrative lot split for property located at 2740 Grand Avenue between County of Jasper and Arvis Bank in the City of Carthage, Missouri.
I would entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 2057.
So moved.
Got a motion?
And I second.
Mr. Taylor, second. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Resolution passes 6-0.
Resolution 2059, a resolution providing for the formal acceptance of a donation to the City of Carthage's Fire Department by the City Council of the City of Carthage, Missouri pursuant to city policy.
Your Honor, I move that we accept Resolution 2059.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2059. Any discussion? Ms. Cox?
I just want to point out that this is a donation of a TV for the training room at the fire department, fire station number 2, that is being donated by Butterball.
Any further discussion? Cast your votes. Resolution 2059 stands approved, 6-0.
Resolution 2060, a resolution providing for the formal acceptance of a donation to the City of Carthage's Parks and Recreation Department by the City Council of the City of Carthage, Missouri pursuant to city policy.
Motion to approve resolution
Second.
2060.
Got a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2060. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Resolution 2060 stands adopted 6-0.
Resolution 2061, a resolution of the City of Carthage, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to accept a community forestry cost share grant from the Missouri Department of Conservation.
Move that we adopt Resolution 2060.
And I second.
Motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2061. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Resolution 2061 stands adopted 6-0. Moving on to closing comments. Ms. Schramm.
Yeah, I have a couple because we're meeting behind, but I visited with Jonathan Roberts at the YMCA, and he told me about some special programs that they have running that I would like the community to be aware of. They have an Alzheimer, dementia, and Parkinson's disease support group, and this is led by Tricia Mixon, and it was from a donation from a longtime Y member, Nancy Ferrer. And they meet each Wednesday at 11:30 a.m. at the Fair Acres Y, and it's open to the public. Both patients and caregivers are invited. Secondly, they do a second grade safety swim, and that's led by their aquatic director, Amy Burton. And this helps to reduce the rate of drowning because it's the second leading cause of death worldwide. So this is a preventative program, and I'm so happy that they're doing this for our second graders of the R9 school district. Feeding our community kids, that they provide 150 free meals a day, and that's led by Caleb Stiles, the food service director, who's passionate about ensuring our children receive good nutrition. And to speak to him, he is very passionate about this program, and I'm amazed at the amount of kids that come through there every day. Child care with 127 kids currently enrolled. The Y offers essential programs for working with parents. They provide a free after-school care over at their activity center downtown here that they can walk from the 6th grade center, and they get a snack and have someplace to hang out until their parents get home from school. And that's about 75 kids that participate in that. And he wanted to acknowledge Mary Schwab, who runs the summer campus and the daycare, and she is the one that ensures everything runs smoothly. I attended the Carthage Hall of Heroes on Saturday, November 16th to honor the class of 2024, and that is led by Shanti Beckham, and that was a wonderful program to hear about how their legacies of Marvin Keith Red Odell, baseball legend, James Dave McCoy, a senior athlete, Samuel Daniel McReynolds, he's an accomplished businessman, lawyer, and visionary, Dr. Charles Harlow Isabel, longtime doctor and community leader, and it was amazing how many people in there had been delivered by this doctor. And that's Amy Grimes' grandfather, and she nominated him, and it was just a wonderful tribute to him as a community leader. And Andrew Carl, Andy Youngworth, a dedicated educator and coach, athletic director from our own Carthage High School. So that was a wonderful event. It was attended by many, many people, and I just thank all the people that support our community that have made Carthage what it is today. Also, I attended, and it was fun, the Jasper County Cemetery Preservation Society. It was fun. They meet once a month, and this was on November 7th, and it's led by President Ricky Smith. And there are 130 historical cemeteries in Jasper County. And they have stories for everyone. They go out and clean this up. They form groups to help people clean up family cemeteries. They know everything about the local community and where they buried their people. Some notable members there is Clyde Hood. He's an historian that has written many books about the history of Jasper County and the Civil War. And Angie Golden, she works at the Jasper County Records Department, or Annie Golden. And she told us about a Jane Doe we have in Jasper County that was very interesting to hear. They're hoping that she gets identified with a new DNA process. She was, it originated in 1993 when they could not identify her, and she was excited about finally identifying this Jane Doe for the family. And Charlene Martin, she actually cleans the bronze plaques for veterans in the cemetery, and that's not an easy process, and she's teaching others to do it. She's restored about 60 plaques across the country honoring those who served, and she does not charge for this at all. So I just wanted to put a shout out to her that it's honorable work, and thank you for doing that. November 8th, I attended the Cross Lines Volunteer and Donor Banquet. Tony and her team put on a wonderful celebration for all her volunteers. She runs a great community over there, and I just wanted to thank her for saying thank you to all the members that helped that program exist. Also, as Misty had said earlier, I attended the Color Run, and it was helped by Fair Acres Y, and my group that I'm in, Seroptimist, helped with that Color Run. They feed over 200 meals and groceries every Wednesday to families, and they help plan services for over 400 people weekly. And I just wanted to thank Robin and Derek Manival and Misty White for the wonderful event they created, and I think each year it will be larger and larger, and it created a lot of awareness to their project. So thank you, Misty. And last time I talked about Seroptimist, that we did our Lift You Up campaign, and I just wanted to say that we had almost 300 bras donated, and that was huge, and we gave them to Cross Lines Ministry and Kelsey's Closet, and we were overwhelmed with the support for our bras. On Halloween, we haven't met since Halloween, I had 2,140 trick-or-treaters at my home. That was a big number. It was a great night for trick-or-treating, and the street was full. And I wanted to say thank you to Mayor Snow for all your transparency tonight and running an efficient meeting. It's appreciated. And happy Thanksgiving to everyone, to enjoy the FFF, family, friends, and food. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor?
I would just like to go and say that Ms. Schramm, I had noticed the little church handing out snacks and water and stuff like that, and I talked to those folks a couple of weeks ago when I was picking up my granddaughter from school. I got there early, and they do a remarkable job over there. They need to be noticed and thanked, and I thanked them personally myself. And I want to make sure that everybody that's traveling over the holiday stay safe. The roads are ridiculous right now. And just make sure everybody has a safe trip. Enjoy your time, and we'll see you when you get back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Peterson?
I would just echo Ms. Schramm as far as have a happy Thanksgiving, and I'd add another F for football, and that's all I have this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Lees?
Nothing else tonight, Your Honor.
Ms. Heckmaster?
Nothing else tonight, Your Honor.
Mr. Barlow?
Just to note that it is good to give thanks. Also, I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session according to section 610.0211. The agenda including the possibility of a vote to close part of the meeting to discuss legal actions, causes of action, or litigation involving a public governmental body or its representatives and its attorneys.
You have to read the second one.
No.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, okay.
Have a motion and a second to go into closed session. Any discussion? Do we vote by?
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome.
Cast your votes.
Miranda, that worked every time tonight.
I know, except the one time with Terry, I don't know.
Motion passes 5-1-1.
Also like to make a motion to go into closed session according to section 610.0212. The agenda includes the possibility of a vote to close part of the meeting to discuss leasing, purchase or sale of real estate by a public governmental body where public knowledge of the transaction might adversely affect the legal consideration therefore.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to go into closed session according to section 610.021. Cast your votes. Motion passes 6-0. We stand adjourned for closed session.
Your Honor.
Call open session back to order. Miranda, would you please call the roll?
Taylor,
Present.
Peterson,
Present.
Lees,
Mostly present.
Heckmaster,
Present.
Barlow,
Here.
Schreiner.
Present.
I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
A second.
Motion is second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Oh. Motion carried. Meeting adjourned.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Yeah, like